Hello, everyone. How is it going? Welcome to Ashen Stars. Is everybody? How's it going?
Howdy.
It's going.
We got nods, we got one hand wave, and we have two hand waves. Okay.
I only have two hands.
Well, maybe you should fix that and get more.
I'm sorry?
I
Could get a
don't
hand
know
with-
where you would attach them.
You could
but you
get
should.
a hand with a gun in it.
Yeah, but I want the liver. I want the liver and the gravity boots. I've already said this.
So,
Thought I'd be very concise.
before we get into our first episode, our players are finishing up a couple of small things, like figuring out what they want to buy for themselves. What does the bad liver do?
It filters out all poisons and stuff. Like, if let me go back to it. I have to.
Okay, a fleet of nanotech helpers lodged in your liver and stomach protect you from all ingested toxins and pathogens. You are immune to food poisoning and can gargle arsenic solution with impunity. When consuming alcohol or other intoxicants that enter the bloodstream through your digestive system, you can elect to block their entry into your system. Once you choose to become intoxicated, the bad liver cannot reverse the effects.
Spoop's just gonna be out here fucking drinking Drano.
Yes.
I don't even do that.
I figured it would be pertinent considering that I'm typically the character who drinks random shit. It feels pertinent to me.
And you guys are also thinking about getting a gravity boot.
Yeah,
A fleet set.
the
A
X
set.
grabs.
The X-Gravs, yep.
Gross.
Okay. Allow you to generate a temporary anti-gravity field, allowing you to levitate for brief distances.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Once per episode, you may use your X gravs at no cost. Subsequent uses in the same episode cost you 2 athletics apiece.
Well,
Pop claws look fun.
pop claws.
I'm the best there is at what I do. But what I do isn't very nice.
Fucking hate you, man. Okay.
Have you looked at Schrodinger Lobe? Our Vossmal compatriot.
While small design crystal is installed in the stellar bulb, it means you can the probable outcomes of your actions.
After any successful test of athletics, battle console, filch, helm control, infiltration, phase, scuffling, shooting, or shuttlecraft, you may spend 1 health to increase your margin by 2.
That's interesting. But I think I'm That is interesting. Are we able to buy things later, or is this the only time we can buy things?
You can buy them later.
Okay, I will consider buying it later if I don't like the grout boots. Because I don't know if I can give back the bad liver. I feel like it's not Repo the Genetic Opera up in here, so I don't think I can give it back.
I mean...
Oh, so it is Repo the Genetic Opera. Shit.
If you have an upkeep cost on your thing and you don't pay for long enough, It's gonna get repoed.
Yep, that's super fair and valid. That's why I went for things that have little to no cost. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with my choices.
Okay. Why don't we start introducing characters? Let's start with with our wonderful ghostly friend.
Oh yes, hi, hello.
What is your name? Tell us about yourself.
My character is Edith Langle. They are a Vosmal. They're the ship's mapper and hailer.
That
So
would
they
be
talk to the
survey officer and communications officer.
Yes, yes. So I do the maps, I do the yelling at people. Um, I have no idea what anything is yet, and I'm super excited to be here. And that's also true for my character.
Yes, you are a Vosmal. A few years ago, your entire race went from a distributed universal consciousness to a bunch of mortal beings. Basically, you're like Q in that one episode where Q is banished to become mortal.
Yeah, except
Jean-Luc isn't
now
here to save you.
Jean-Luc is not here to save me. It's just me.
Trey, who are you?
I am still figuring out my name. I think it might be Greenhorn, just for the sake of like fucking leaning into the bullshit. But
I
I am a
love it.
I am a Saib. I am
Are you
one
you Greenhorn or just Greenhorn or Greenhorn you? Are you attaching unit to your name?
just Greenhorn, I think. Unit's a bit old fashioned for me.
Okay, but you're a Saib. What is a Saib? Tell us about Saibs.
We are modified humans that have essentially embraced the idea of cybernetic enhancements to the point where we're somewhere between human and machine.
So, are you one of those Saibs that still considers yourself human, or are you one of those Saibs that considers Saibs their own special,
I'm
separate
still
species?
I'm still attached to my humanity. I think that I like having the the machine parts as like an augmentation, but there's still something within me that's connected to my human side.
Okay. And then Space MB is being extra and playing two characters. So tell us about those two.
Well, I have one named Lucius, who is a Dura, and Lucius is the technical officer or Techo, and strategic coordinator or Stratco.
And
then,
tell us a little bit about Dura.
I have not worked all of that out yet because I'm juggling two characters. So
And
things are moving
oddly,
slowly.
both of your characters are basically Klingons put into a different setting. The Dura are former enemies of the Combine, that have joined the Combine and can phase through shit. And the Tavok are armadillo warrior culture. And that is your other character, a Tavok.
Yes,
What is their name?
Vedic,
Vedic
Wonderful.
and
Lucius.
Lucius.
Yeah.
You know I'm
Um,
terrible at names after
yeah.
the whole Halbjorn incident.
But you remember it now after the baby Bjorn.
Baby Bjorn.
Bjorn.
I kind of hope someday we get back to those characters and just see what's happening with them.
Nonsense.
And their
The
their
baby we
child.
accidentally
The kobold that they just have now.
We killed their family and now they're our baby.
Oh,
A dwarf, an elf, and I don't remember what your character was, Trey. Human?
I think I was just a man's.
Yeah,
I was
human.
just
yeah,
a guy.
man.
just a dude.
He was really
raising
just
a
a guy.
kobold together.
Yep.
That's not a sitcom.
But it's not one.
It 100% is.
No,
Go,
it
so
is.
do you have chat pulled up right now?
My chat or Zoom chat?
For Twitch.
I think Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Efren. Hi, Efren. Hi, honey.
I don't know
All
if I
Efren
can-
has said is hi to you and then hello, I'm drunk, which I'm sure
That's-
Ghostling's not surprised by.
Yep, that sounds a little
Lols.
right.
You love to see it.
We love him.
Efren is pretty awesome. So yes, your Tavok.
Yes.
What was their name again?
Vedic.
Vedic. Okay.
Vedic is the security officer or chopper, and weapons officer or gunner.
And you have a machete and a gun, right?
No, you're
'Cause
thinking of my
you're the-
character from.
Because you're the gunner and the chopper. Or
I
do
swear
you
to
have a
God,
gun
Worm.
and a helicopter?
Get to the
Jesus.
chopper!
Get to the chopper!
Well, that is the character that I want the levitation boots for. So
And you guys fly around space in a Sherlock class ship called the Columbo.
Is a ball.
It's a ball.
It's a spiky ball.
I don't think I ever went over my jobs, but on warp side, I am the pilot. So I'm the one that's making sure that the ball is getting to the right places. And on ground side, I'm the face. Or the cultural
So-
officer, as it were.
Up in space, you make the space ball go.
Yep.
And on the ground, you're the pretty one.
Allegedly.
Okay. So, we're actually going to start our first episode. It's called The Witness of My Worth. And we are going to start with the contract briefing. And as I said, I'm going to kind of give you guys, at least for this scene, suggestions on what skills might be helpful to get a little bit more information. So this is happening right as your ship is dropping from translight to low shift, and low shift is basically real space, and translight is FTL. It's somewhere between warp speed and hyperspace. So 3 days ago, a distress call was issued from a Combine installation, environmental base Alpha 1 on the planet Ares 3. Who has bureaucracy?
Da, da, da.
you know where that is? Oh wait, there we go. I do.
Okay. Which one of you does?
Lucius, the Durham.
Lucius. Okay. So what Lucius knows is that the designation Alpha 1 means that this is the first Combine base to be established on the planet. In this case, it presumably means the first base to be established post-war, as it was a densely populated Combine world before the war with the Mohilar.
I also have 2 bureaucracy, by the way.
So you would also know.
I don't know squat.
Oh, you know things. Just not these things.
But not these things.
Who has History Combine?
I think
1.
one.
Okay, so what you guys would know is Ares 3 is located in the Aventine cluster, and it was a prosperous and heavily populated world. As you would expect, given its proximity to a dense thread of translite corridors, it was one of the earliest combined colonies established in the Bleed. So as the Combine moved into this part of space, Ares 3 was one of the first worlds settled.
Okay.
And you can't just travel from one system to any other. You have to go through translite corridors.
Yeah.
And in clusters, there's a lot of translite corridors around. And there are
Okay.
other reasons where it is less dense. And the air to go from the Bleed to like the core of the Combine, where like Earth is, where the home world of the Tavok are, and all of that. That would require going along a serpentine, which is basically a very long translite corridor. Now, before the war with the Mohilar, it didn't take super long to go between the core and the Bleed. But now it takes between months and years to travel.
Much more complicated.
Yeah, it takes longer. And unfortunately, because no one really remembers the details of the war with the Mohilar, no one's quite sure why it takes so long now. But Ares 3 was first founded as a mining colony, and it evolved into a thriving financial resort, manufacturing, and data services hub. One of the first military engagements against the Mohilar, which happened during the Utopian era, took place in orbit around Ares 3. A decisive victory for the Combine, it led to a generation-long retreat for the Mohilar before the war began in earnest. Now, does anyone want to spend 1 or 2 points in Combine history to learn a bit more?
How do you spend a point? Does that mean you don't have it anymore?
Not for the rest of the episode.
Oh. Ooh.
So you have, I guess, like the same number equivalent to what your rating is to
Yes.
spend? Okay.
Yes. So you have a pool, and when that pool is full, that is equal to your rating.
All right.
And as you deplete your pool, you can't spend anymore.
So
Okay.
that's history combine that would be a
Yes.
cost for.
Yes.
I'll pass on that one for now.
Same.
Okay. So the destruction of Ares 3 occurred, decades after this first military engagement, during the war proper.
Mhm.
This early defeat led not only to the deaths of billions of civilians, but the loss of much of the Combine's fleet in the Bleed. It was a disastrous loss. Now, repeated attempts to contact the crew of the EV base, and EV base obviously short for environmental base, since that first distress signal went out 3 days ago, have failed. The task of the crew was to assess the environmental safety of Ares 3 prior to resettlement. And what you also know is an unknown number of scavengers have resettled here without Combine authorization. Now, who has law?
Vedic does.
Okay.
I don't.
So what Vedic would know is that by setting up shop on Ares 3 ahead of the environmental clearance, the newcomers are committing a relegatory infraction, not a crime. The Combine could issue a forced evacuation order, but it hasn't. And the lasers, you guys, will have no legal authority to lean on the inhabitants merely for being there.
Okay.
The Ev base lies in the ruins of Calopolis. That's Khalopolis. And Ares 3's settlement ministry classifications are uncleared, ungoverned. So it's not clear for settlement, and there is no government. Who has history human?
2 in that.
Okay. Calopolis was the capital city of the planet before it was destroyed. Going back to History Combine, it was the first city that the Mohilar bombarded after defeating the Combine fleet. Although survivors were later evacuated from other leveled cities, no survivors were found in Calopolis. The Mohilar specifically killed everything in Calopolis. Who has biosignatures?
Da, 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 da.
Yours trying to help.
I have one. Or I have
Okay.
one in bio signatures.
So what you would know just from kind of the scan as you are you're entering orbit around Ares 3 at the moment. There are tens of thousands of sentient humanoids on Ares 3 and hundreds in the region of Calopolis.
Okay. That's a lot of peoples.
Yes.
But not like a teeming world of peoples. It's just a decent amount of peoples.
Remember, there used to be billions on this planet.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely not a whole teeming billions of people world, but like there's an amount.
Yeah.
There's people.
Almost all of this humanoid life that you're picking up is clustered on the edge of the old cities.
Okay. I will let my crew know.
Do you also have forensic accounting, or does someone else have forensic accounting?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Forensic accounting.
Wait, where is the
Not
forensic
me.
accounting?
That would
I
be
see.
part of the investigative.
Oh, I see it. Yep. I got it. I've got
Oh, there
4
we go.
in
So
that.
they're probably engaged in salvage activities. So they're at the edge of the cities where they have places to be. Like there are open spaces where they can build their little shanty towns and such. But they want to be as close to the cities as possible because that's where the salvage is. Okay, so do you guys see kind of how what skills you have kind of build on top of each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is why I was bringing you through that and just being like, okay, who has this?
What you know is what you know.
Yes.
No is what you
And like one of the things I wanted to point out is we had History Combine and you learned a bunch for having that. And then using law, you're like, okay, the Ev base is in the ruins of Calopolis. And then History Human lets you know that Calopolis was the capital city. And then bringing up Calopolis let you use History Combine again to learn a little bit more about the city. So there are
lot.
some times where if you use a skill and then you learn a little bit more, that can unlock that skill again. Okay. And now our hailer.
Yo.
Right as the that conference that you guys had as you're entering orbit, as that finishes up, you notice another ship dropping into low shift. So it is basically appearing in real space, not too far away.
Okay. Should I talk to them? Should I say hello? Our ship's supposed to be here?
Well, ask someone who has forensic accounting.
Hey, which one of you has forensic accounting, NB?
The Lucius, Padura.
Lucius. Lucius, should I say hello to these guys or nah? Our ship's supposed to be here.
So what you would know is there's nothing really overtly suspicious about the appearance of a commercial vessel here. Present without authorization as they are, the settlers still need trade goods. And since I
Fair
know
enough.
you also have law, the ship is probably involved in gray market commerce, but nothing warranting arrest or seizure.
Okay. So let him be,
Yeah, I think.
because we're kind of the cops, I guess. Yeah. Ew.
So, our pilot guy, Mr.
Hi.
Cybertron, you notice that the computer has overridden manual control on your
Okay.
ship and is about to execute an attack maneuver.
Oh, hang on.
And let's have it's the Tavok who has forensic engineering, or is it Lucius again?
Forensic engineering,
Yes.
Yeah.
Lucius.
Okay. Lucius, this is surprising because the ship doesn't have an automatic attack system installed.
That's really weird.
Why would it want to just implement an automatic attack in the first place? Is it reading them as hostile?
Well, you don't really have time to question that at the moment, because your ship is lining up to make an attack run.
Oh no. How do we stop it?
I
tell
need to
them-
override that shit.
With a helm control test. So this I believe is our first general test in the game. So let's take a moment to kind of go over what that means, basically. And so this is going to be on page 67 of the rulebook.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Zoom tight.
So what's going to happen is this is going to have a difficulty between 2 and 8. I'm never going to directly tell you what number the difficulty is, but I will give you kind of some verbal clues. If it is 2, it's really only a slim chance of failure. If it is 4, this is normal difficulty of things. If it is 8, it's damn near impossible. So what you're going to have to do before rolling the dice, basically you have to equal or succeed the difficulty number on the roll of 1d6. You can choose how many points, in this case of helm control, you want to spend to add to your dice. So what I will tell you is, with this particular test, I need to go back to the right page. It's not going to be... Well, it's not going to be a cakewalk.
Okay.
To regain manual control. It's also not going to be super difficult.
Okay. Then
How many points do you want to spend?
I've got 6 to spend. I think I will dump 2.
2. Okay. So roll your d6 and add 2.
Alrighty. I got a 5, so that's 7 points.
Okay. You are able to regain manual control and stop the attack before it happens.
I guess Columbo here got a mind of his own. Only for a
Right.
moment.
Okay, so we should probably figure out why that happened.
Yeah, I guess that's my forensic engineering to figure out what happened. Trey, remind me what your character's name is again.
Green or Greenhorn.
Green.
Okay. So, it is not going... The first skill to use is not going to be forensic engineering. It will be based more on looking at the attack routine.
Okay.
So that is actually going to be decryption.
Decryption. Where's decryption? I don't think I have that one. That must be someone else.
Let me
Would that
check
be...
my stuff real quick.
Because I know we checked and each one, someone has
everything
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't think I've got that one
I've
either,
got
so
that
it's
one.
you.
Okay.
It's me.
So, the auto attack subroutines were uploaded to the ship's computer in a high-speed burst transmission from the planet's surface.
Interesting.
Due to the irradiated anomaly-ridden condition of Ares 3's atmosphere, the precise origin of the transmission is impossible to pinpoint. Would you like to spend a point of decryption to learn more?
I only have the 1 point, guys. What should I do? Should I spend it?
I think it might be useful.
Okay.
Would you like to know more?
I would like to know more.
Okay. However, it can be narrowed down to the general vicinity of Kellopolis.
Okay.
It might be possible to set up a simulation which will eventually return a more precise point of origin for the transmission. However, it will take hours or possibly days to return results.
Okay.
And the reason for that is kind of twofold. One, and this is something that you would have noticed basically right after entering the system, the star of the system, Ares, when you look at it, it's like a black and white TV that's not quite tuned right. It looks like the star is staticky. And that is the Ashen Star effect, which is something that has begun happening since the the war.
That's creepy. Don't like that.
Strange.
But basically, so that's part of why it's going to take longer. It's just weird shit happens when a system star is having the Ashen Star effect.
Okay.
And another reason why it's going to take so long is basically what the computer has to do is it has to pick a spot, like a specific spot in the vicinity of Calopolis, and then trace a line from that spot to where the Columbo was when this burst transmission happened, and then check that line. Basically check the angle that line hit the ship at to the angle that this burst transmission hit. And it's looking for an exact match. It just has to do it in that really slow way.
That's oof.
Which is, and that's why it's going to take hours and possibly days.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm gonna go against running the simulation, but that was a cool idea.
Well, here's the thing. You can set up the simulation and have it keep going.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't have to babysit it.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll just let it run.
Leave
Okay.
that thing in the background.
Background
Holding it home,
processes,
baby.
baby.
Now, Space MB.
Yes.
Because you know that there is code that was transmitted to you, now we can use some forensic engineering. The transmitted code easily circumvented the ship's computer security systems, which should not be possible. Oddly, the method of circumvention is too sophisticated to replicate, and it's beyond the limits of known computer science. Like, this... The computer science required for this code to do what it did doesn't exist. However, in other ways, this code is archaic. And the very old code that this whole transmission is based off of is of human origin.
Interesting.
Funky fresh.
Now, here I'm going to ask a question because your characters would probably think of this right about now. But you guys, since you're still learning the system and the genre, I'm going to ask you for it. Do you want to do a scan for other vessels?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is going to be energy signatures. There is
Got
one other ship in orbit. It's a speedster class, registered as the Bisru.
one other ship. The Bisru?
Yep, BISRU. Now, if you want to use data retrieval, you can possibly learn a little bit more about the Bisru.
I got one of those too.
Okay, this is registered to the Logos, that's LOGHOS, Corporation.
Logos Corp. Okay.
Mr. Forensic Accounting,
Yes.
do you want to use that to learn more?
Yes.
Okay. The Lagos Corporation is a shadowy, Dura-run enterprise engaged in arms sales and other legal but unpalatable activities. And our Vasmal.
Yes.
What is your first name again?
Let me double check what I had it as. Edith.
Edith. Okay, Edith. I assume that after what just happened, you're going to want to try and hail the Bisru.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try and hail.
Okay. Um, as you know, you do your normal hail, an automated message comes back in return that the ship has been parked in orbit by its crew. Now you guys must assume that the usual highly dangerous precautions against interference or attack have been activated.
Yes.
Like, if you went to go board the Bisru, it would probably self-destruct.
Yep.
Which I don't think that we were planning on anyway, because like we don't know if this thing necessarily is like.
Well, that's something that you're just going to want to assume with every ship that is parked in orbit.
Fair.
And, like, even the Columbo, when you leave it, you set those same things up.
Yep.
Okay, what do you guys want to do next?
I guess we should carry on with our mission and maybe investigate this while we're at it. That's my best guess.
So you want to go down to Ev Base 1?
I think so.
Yeah. It's our
that's
best lead.
It's our shortest course of action.
Okay.
Take that big ball down there.
No, we
So
take a shuttle.
you're going to take a shuttle.
Ah, yeah, true. The ball would be too big.
The ball would not be able to lift off again.
Yeah.
No.
The trip is going to be a bumpy one. You're going to have to navigate between turbulent air patches. And using energy signatures. Would you like to do that?
We'll go for it.
So this is not... Again, I will make sure and let you guys know if there is a spend to be made.
Oh,
And
yeah.
how many
Okay.
points.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Then we got it.
Yeah, for sure.
These turbulent air patches are a result of the atmospheric damage done during the Mohilar bombardment of the planet. Now, on the way down, as you guys are going through, when you're weaving through these turbulent air patches, you hit an unexpected shelf of hyper-ionized air. I need a shuttlecraft test. And again, this one it's not going to be a cakewalk, but it's not going to be impossible.
1 out of the pool.
Okay. Roll your d6.
Rolling. That's a 3. 4 total.
4 total. You are able to keep the ship on an even keel.
Okay.
So, as you get down through, the closer you get to the planet, the less turbulent the air is. And eventually you find yourself cruising through the charred canyons that were once the skyscrapers of Calopolis. And they're now horribly twisted spires of half melted hyperalloy. You are going through a destroyed city.
Hmm.
It post-apocalyptic would not be a wrong descriptor. Whenever below you there's a smooth section of roadway or sidewalk that appear amid the heaving rubble, you see the greasy smears left by vaporized corpses.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to use some forensic anthropology?
Yes, that would be me again, Lucius.
Okay. Much of the ash that is covering everything that you see is organic matter. The remains of the billions of people and other creatures killed during the bombardment. Seen from the ground, Ares 3's atmosphere is a grimy, polluted light show of competing radiations and self-devouring subspace rifts. It looks like a constant aurora borealis stained with dirt and vomit.
Ew.
Gross, I'm eating.
Using the map that you guys have, you can locate the Ev base. And as you're approaching it, you do see that several miles to the south of the base lies a makeshift settlement, cobbled together partly from salvaged construction materials and partly from prefab imported parts. And you
Okay.
are able to... So the Ev base stands in the charred remains of an ancient park. You are able to park the shuttle at the edge of the park. And the Ev base is kind of in the middle of it. So it's going to be a short walk from your shuttle to the Ev base. But not... We're talking like a couple 100 meters at most.
Okay.
Probably less.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have landed. What next?
Onward to the F base, I guess. We gotta see
Yeah.
what's going on with that distress signal.
Okay, so you're just gonna open the door, walk out, and head toward the base?
Can the shuttle tell us if the air is safe to breathe?
It can do limited scans. What would be better is to use your tethers, your headsets. Once you're outside of the shuttle, but the running. I would say geology, which is something that Edith has.
Yeah.
You can easily see that the outside air is at least breathable.
Okay.
But like detailed analysis of contaminants and such is gonna have to wait until you're outside.
Okie dokie. So the air is breathable.
Okay, what are you guys gonna do?
I guess go out to the base. Is my
Okay.
vote.
Are you going to run that scan for contaminants
Yes.
and radiation? Okay,
Oh yes, definitely.
wonderful. And who has forensic anthropology?
Lucius.
Lucius.
Okay. So Lucius, once the scan of ambient radiation and contaminations levels come back, you're gonna realize after passing over that scavenger base, the settlers here are taking their lives into their own hands. Although you guys aren't really at any great danger from just spending a few days in this atmosphere.
Mhm.
Long-term exposure to the radiation contaminants and anomalous energies found in the atmosphere is likely to cause cell mutation, cancer, and a variety of debilitating and life-shortening illnesses.
Yike.
So, it's not really going to affect you guys. However, if you choose to live here, you will die earlier.
Yikes. So
Hmm.
life expectancy here is real short. Got it.
Shorter than it would otherwise be. Not necessarily real short, but noticeably shorter.
Okay.
50s as opposed to 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard times.
So, another thing that you guys would have noticed as you kind of passed over the base on your way, or the settlement on your way to the Ev base, is around the settlement you saw heavy all-terrain trucks, but no hovercraft, skimmers, or other low-altitude ground transports,
Mm-hmm.
which is not normal. Using just wheeled transportation is kind of archaic.
Old school.
Probably a reason.
Would it be because of the damage to like with those turbulent air pockets,
What
making it unsafe?
let's have you use your forensic engineering.
Yeah.
Um, you're on the right track. So magnetic fluctuations have been caused by the radiation and spatial anomalies. That doubtless interferes with the safe operation of hover vehicles. Also, magnetic compasses not necessarily reliable on this planet either.
Okay.
So, because of the spatial anomalies combined with the ambient radiation, which is noticeably higher than it would be on a normal planet, there's just weird magnetic fluctuations. Okay, and then our mapper. Here's
Yeah.
here's something you might want to use your geology.
Sure.
So, from the density of the ruins, it looks like it would take about 4 hours to get from the settlement to the Ev base on foot, and traveling by truck wouldn't really reduce that amount of time. You're
Okay.
looking at probably like 3.5 hours or 3 hours and 45 minutes versus 4 hours.
Okay. Interesting. Got it.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you are by the outpost. Who has zoology?
That sounds like an Edith thing, possibly.
Oh,
Mhm.
Edith has it, yep.
There are no animal sounds here. No birds, not even any insects. Which is tragic, as Colopolis was once known for the resounding calls of its avian life.
That's fucked up, man. There ain't shit here.
Now, industrial design.
I've got 1 in that.
So, the outpost, the hard shell white structure shaped like the top half of a donut is a typical prefab product of cheap post-war engineering. There's no sign of activity anywhere around the base. A battered but lovingly maintained all-terrain truck has been haphazardly parked near its entry doors. Stanchions form a perimeter around the base. These project motion-triggered force fields to keep out intruders. Configured according to the book, they emit a low-intensity, non-lethal disruption field.
Okay.
I don't
Now-
know if it gives us more information, but I had 3 in industrial design. I just had to find it on this page.
No, but you can get some more information with forensic engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's use that one.
Any engineer as good as your guys' wrench or Techo could easily rejigger these stanchions to deal lethal damage.
Eek.
Now, your guys' tethers do hold the activation codes for the security stanchions.
Oh, nice. Let's just turn those off.
Well, no, let's go in and then turn them back on.
That's
Well, you
what I
have
was
to turn them
saying.
off to
Yeah,
pass them.
but I wanted to specify that we are not leaving them off.
Sure.
Yeah.
sure.
No.
When you beam the deactivation codes to the sensors, they do not disengage.
Huh.
Someone has changed the codes.
Oops.
Any chance that one of us would be able to?
Override that, maybe?
Yeah, that would be a systems repair check.
Systems repair.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
have
guess your Techo has that. 6
in that.
Yep.
Okay. So, like the ones that Greenhorn has been doing, you're gonna have to choose how many points to spend, and then you're gonna roll your d6. Again, like the last few, this is not going to be a cakewalk, but it's not going to be super difficult. It's going to be near average.
Okay. Because all of my dice have hated me lately, we're gonna use 2.
Okay.
And I rolled a 3. So that's 5.
That is 5. Okay. So yeah, basically you have to get up close and personal to these, and because these are standard off the shelf. You've seen them a million times. You know how to approach them to get right up and do what you need to do without setting them off. And you are able to turn one of them off, which disrupts a large enough part of the field that you guys can walk through. If you would like, you can reactivate it after you pass. However, you are going to have to make a test to turn it off to leave it. To leave the base.
What do y'all think?
I don't think we should take another test if that's my opinion. Is I think we should try to avoid spending more points than we need to as if we can get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay, we can leave it disengaged then.
Do you want to make a 1-point forensic engineering spend? Looking at this.
I
Learn
think
a little bit more.
So,
Okay.
to see if we can find anything about the people that did this.
So
what was done.
you can't find that. However, what you do figure out is the stanchions have not actually been changed to a lethal setting. It was just the disengagement code that was changed.
Oh, nice.
So they do have the normal non-lethal setting set up.
Cool. Tight.
Now, who has explosive devices?
I think both of my characters might. Nope, just Lucius.
I've got one.
And Green.
I've got 3.
Okay. Lucius is the one who did the stanchions, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, as you guys are approaching the door, there's something about the door that tugs at Lucius's danger sense. And doing a quick scan with his tether, there's a bomb attached to the other side of the door. Like on the
Oops.
interior of the door.
Well, that's not good.
That's less than ideal.
Complicates matters.
Quite.
So, you guys have a couple of options. The first option that likely occurs is you can shoot the door and trigger the bomb.
Okay.
Okay. How
Uh,
would that benefit us?
well,
I mean,
it
then the
benefit
bomb
you.
can't explode with us.
Yeah, the bomb wouldn't
Yeah.
explode you. However, it would explode anything on the inside
Inside.
that's near the door. It wouldn't blow up the whole base, not by a long shot.
Just anything on the other side of the door that could be useful to us if we go in there.
Yes. Remember, you are investigating. You can safely defuse it from the outside. That's going to be a decently hard check. But also, Lucius, what's the cool thing that you can do?
Oh, I can face through the door.
Well, you wouldn't want to face through the door, but you
Or
can
through
face
the
through the
wall.
wall next to the door.
Yeah.
Now, I
Nice.
don't know the ins and outs of that ability. Can you go over that real quick?
Yeah, let me find it. Here we go. I'm trying to find where it is.
It's a new system, guys. We gotta learn all of the rules.
All right, it's not in the section on the race.
Then it would probably be in
What you can do is my guess.
it's actually probably in general abilities.
Where is that?
And actually, while you're looking that up, I need to be right back.
There we go.
I've got to go use the restroom. In fact, here's what we will do. We're going to pause real quick. I'm going to put us on the Be Right Back screen. Whoops, no. I'm going to set up some words with friends.
Okay.
And you guys can play that. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I recommend that our words on stream is what we're gonna play. And I would recommend that anyone else who needs to take a moment to go to the bathroom, this is a great moment to do that. Okay, I am back. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
We're gonna let this this go because it's fun. Why did that not work? Why did it work when you did it?
Because it just doesn't like you.
Apparently.
I can't, I'm useless. It's not letting us do 3-letter words, I'm
Nope. 4-letter or the 4th.
Rat.
Hey Trey. Your
We're not allowed to let that happen.
Yeah.
your goy was held for bullying.
Goodness.
I was like, what? Trey would never say a slur.
That's not a slur.
The problem is sometimes it's used as one.
I guess.
Okay, so Trey, will you try exclamation point continue?
Let's try it.
Okay, Ghostling, will you try?
Yeah, I don't have the sword here, I don't think.
No, you don't.
Okay, it looks like it's only me.
That's wild.
Damn.
I'm gonna go into the settings real quick. There. I can set it so the game doesn't require me.
Nice.
But this is probably gonna be the last one.
Yeah.
Trey, you're locked, which is why it's not letting you.
Damn.
Trey's locked.
Yeah, when you put in a word, you're locked until it hits the next unlock.
Oh.
Which is how I got almost all of my words, just by seeing what Trey put in while he was locked.
Wow, nice. I battled this game.
I don't know why it picked you over me.
It looks like it got into the chat first.
Rage is right. He is this game.
I already got reach.
Yeah.
We're already got Arch.
Good job, guys.
Yay.
Woo!
We're gonna go back.
Ooh, take your meds, guys. I don't know who needs to hear it, but take your meds.
It's 9:30. Take your meds.
I
It's
haven't
9:30.
taken
Take your meds.
I haven't taken my multivitamin in a couple days. I guess I can do that.
Try go do that. It's 9:30. Take your meds.
For anyone who doesn't know, that is from more Mets streams. She used to have an alarm that went off at 9:30. She goes, 9:30, take your meds. It's very helpful. Okay.
I have multiple alarms that go off throughout the evening, and one of them goes off at 10, so I get the alert for it at 9:30. So take my meds.
Actually, I'm going to be right back now. I was just thinking, Skylar's outside right now. How long should I let him out? On one hand, he likes to be out for as long as he can, and he doesn't try to escape. On the other hand, it's cold as fuck. On the other hand, he's a husky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oregon does not get cold enough to bother a husky.
Damn.
Because remember, the entire name of that breed is Siberian Husky.
As in
Just like
from
Labradors
Siberia.
are Labrador retrievers, as in retrievers from Labrador.
As in they be treating things.
And they
I'm in my
and they're from the boring part of Labrador and Newfoundland.
Unlike Newfoundlands, which are from Newfoundland.
You mean
love
Newfies?
Newfies.
That is the semi-derogatory name for someone from Newfoundland. A Newfie.
Oh, I was talking about the dogs.
If I remember right, Newfoundlands were bred to be bear hunters, which is why
Yeah, I
they're
was about
so
to say,
big.
aren't they giant and fluffy?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they're
they
bear
are.
hunters. I will be right back.
Have fun, be safe.
my brother has a husky.
Yeah, he does. My
Meanwhile,
brother
I'm
having a husky is so wild to me.
meanwhile I'm in my old man era, eating one a days.
And not having a cat like I want you to.
Mm.
I want to live vicariously through you having a cat, Trey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, another thing where you're not the only person that has said that.
How is that not a thing that How am
Like,
I behind
maybe-
the curve?
Maybe not the specific phrasing there, like not the way the life is a sine wave was life is a highway. That was an exact match. But
I
like
fucking hate you.
multiple people have told me that I give cat person energy.
You would definitely have a cat, and like I would love for you to have a cat because I think that would just make you happy.
Okay, hi. Back.
When we're trying to convince Trey to get a cat.
Yeah, you should do it.
Yeah, you should do it.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that might be one of those things that like everyone else wants more than I do, but like
Well, if you don't want it, then I'll shut up about it.
nah, we'll see. I will entertain the thought. I'm not necessarily against it.
I
you
think
know?
a lot of your thing against getting a cat is because you don't know how your family's gonna react.
Oh, I know exactly how they would react. They'd fucking hate it, but like,
Yeah, they can
You-
get over it. They're grown-ups.
you know, I am a 28-year-old man. I can make my own decisions.
You can.
Oh my
and
god,
should.
I'm almost 28. Fuck, man. Why
Yeah.
are we old?
Yeah.
Says the
I'm sorry.
youngest two people
Yeah.
in the group.
I know, that's the
By
problem.
quite a
is
bit.
We're
You
just
didn't-
gonna keep getting older.
You didn't hear me. I said I was in my old man era because I was over here having my multivitamin.
Okay, so Space MP.
Moving on so
How-
we're not offended.
How does your ability work?
So, by harmonizing the quantum vibrations of your body's subatomic particles with those of a wall or other solid object, you can walk through it. You can walk through any wall or barrier with a thickness of 10 centimeters or less simply by spending a phase point. Any thicker barrier requires a test. The difficulty equals 2 plus 1 for each 10 centimeter increment of thickness. Partial increments round up. So if a wall is 22 centimeters thick, rounding up, that counts as 3 increments.
Okay.
Adding 3 to the base difficulty of 2 gives you a final difficulty of 5.
Okay.
Typical interior wall is 10 meters thick. Exterior walls are usually double that.
So this one, I'm gonna say you can just phase right through it with your 1 point spend.
Okay.
But remember your drive. You are a phase
Yes,
rider.
I am.
So you temporarily get high as fuck.
Yep.
Nice.
How does that affect you?
Let's see here.
No, I'm asking it to you as your character. This is a decision
No,
that
I
you,
know.
the player, get to make.
But I'm trying to see what the actual like range of reactions is generally. I think generally it's you end up with visions from this. And I think for the most part, Lucius sees them as kind of the metaphorical road onward. So
Okay.
it's kind of part of his journey.
The path.
Okay. So you are now on the inside.
Yes.
And
There's bomb.
there is a bomb,
There's a
and
bomb.
slumped beneath the bomb is a corpse.
Oh dear.
Oh, bother.
It is a male human that wears a version of the white and green uniforms of a combined science team, customized with tool belts and a multi-pocketed vest.
You think he was trying to defuse it, or
Is there any way to tell?
I mean, you might want to deal with the bomb first and the corpse after.
Fair.
And also, like, your headsets, you can take pictures. So, like, you can take a picture
Yeah.
of what it looks like, defuse the bomb, move the corpse, and open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's neat.
In fact, actually, you would use your snail, which basically you are able to make a holographic representation.
A
Which,
snail?
yes, that is what they're called.
Are we
The
in
little
One Piece?
holographic recorder.
It's on page 141 of the PDF. Like not the actual page that's printed on it, but the page in the document.
No, I know. My PDF has the ability to do that, to check that stuff.
Oh, mine doesn't.
Mine
Yeah, my
does.
PDF is nice. It's
So I
a
don't know what
snail?
actual page it's on.
It's only off by a couple. It's in
Yeah.
that general area.
It's 135.
plastic
135. Okay.
shell?
So yeah, you guys are going to be able to fully holographically map everything as you're going along. And then you can either display that in the actual setting. So like after you've moved the corpse, you can display how it looked beforehand. Or there is a room on your ship that is set up to do those holographic displays.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna have to use explosive devices.
Yep.
They're well, you're not gonna have to use explosive devices. It's gonna be a systems repair test. But what explosive devices will let you know is luckily you're going to be able to defuse it easier than you would have if you were outside of the door. Normally, defusing a bomb like this would be pretty easy, especially since you get to be on the same side of it and everything. However, this bomb was slapped together in such haste that it is unstable and it is ready to blow at the slightest disturbance. So it is going to be harder than easy. And you can also tell as just kind of as you're looking over it, getting ready, kind of preparing yourself to disarm it. This was set up to prevent anyone from escaping the base.
Ooh.
That's fucked up. I announced that is fucked up.
Wasn't keeping anybody from getting out.
Well, the other three of you don't know this. You are waiting outside the door.
I know, but like me as the player, I'm gonna say it's fucked up.
Yeah.
And also, I imagine that at some point, Lucius is gonna like stick his head through the wall to be like, "Hey guys, be at least 10 meters back."
Yep.
Okay, so you're gonna have to use a system repairs test. How many points do you want to spend?
I'm gonna spend 2 again.
Okay.
Come on. Ooh, 4. So that's 6.
6. Okay, that's more than enough. You are able to defuse it.
Yay.
Okay. You are now able to move the corpse to the side and open the door. So, what is the reaction from everyone else as the door is open and you can see a corpse lying now near the door?
I'm just gonna kind of stare at it, like, what the hell?
I'm looking at the clothes.
Okay. What about the clothes?
Like, we can recognize that like science officer vibes, but
Mhm.
like, but any destruction? Like, is there any signs of like damage?
To the clothes? No. Now,
Yeah.
if you want to tell a cause of death, which I feel like is what you're going after, that would
Yeah.
be forensic anthropology.
Okay, well, not my
I don't have
job,
that
but
one.
I think that would be the Tavok.
Yeah.
Which is named. Her name is Vida. Vidic.
Vedic.
Vedic.
Vedek.
Vedek.
Yes.
Vedek. Vedek.
I should be able to remember Vedic because of how many important books throughout history are the various Vedics. Yeah, but a lot of Sanskrit books. They're various Vedics.
Yeah.
So Vedic is that the one with forensic anthropology?
No, that's
Lucius.
Lucius.
Okay.
Yep.
Lucius.
So Lucius is able to tell the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Do you want to spend a point to learn a little bit more?
Yes. This was
Okay.
anthropology. Yeah.
Forensic anthropology. Yep.
Yep.
The damage is consistent with a claw hammer.
Ooh.
So this was an improvised weapon.
Presumably.
Rough way to go.
So, as you guys enter, and kind of take stock of the area, the interior of this base has sustained heavy damage. Live wires are hanging from exposed ceiling panels. Lights are flickering on and off, and scorch marks score the partially melted surfaces of fried consoles.
That's pretty gross. This is yucky. Don't vibe.
So, I do believe it is Vedic who has kinetics.
Had the one for
That
me
seems
too.
right. I'm sure he
Yeah,
has a lot of
not me.
kinetics.
So what he can tell is much of the damage was caused by lethal disruption fire.
Where is
Ooh.
kinetics?
It's
gonna
on
be-
the right side of investigative abilities.
Oh, there we go. Yep, 4.
Yeah.
So it's caused by lethal disruption fire. So like your normal pistols or guns, except instead of set to non-lethal, which they essentially always are, these would have been flipped to lethal.
Kill mode.
Walking through the base leads you guys to find 7 more bodies in various places throughout the base.
Have they all been killed with disruption
So you want to
weapons?
use
or-
forensic anthropology to find out a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
so-
another point or
No, this is not a spend. Remember, I will tell you beforehand if there's a spend. 2 of the victims have been beaten to death. Another one was poisoned, and the other 4 were killed by lethal disruption fire. All but the poisoning victim died 3 days ago.
When did the poisoning victim die?
So examination of the poisoning victims shows that it was administered by a medical implement, the standard osmotic puncher used to administer ViroWare treatments, and they lived for a day longer than everyone else.
Interesting.
Now, do you guys remember your briefing materials?
yes?
No.
Which part of it?
When did the distress call go out?
3 days ago.
Yes. So you are Lucius is able to basically show that the deaths happened more or less at the same time as this distress signal being sent. It could have
Except
been
for that guy, yeah.
It could have been sent immediately before, during the struggle, or very shortly afterward. But
Okay.
we're talking like maybe 20 minutes on either side of the struggle.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Now remember, the poisoning victim shows that the toxin that killed them was administered by the normal osmotic puncher to administer ViroWare treatments.
Can't rule out the chance that it was self-inflicted.
Yep.
No. Because they could have been the perpetrator and everybody else could have been the victims,
So-
or they could have been the first victim and they just happened to die later.
Do you want to use virology to learn a little bit more?
Yes, I would love to use virology to learn more.
The toxin was a
Yes.
pure concentrate of an ordinary anti-radiation treatment that's
Mhm.
lethal when it's undiluted.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good to know. It's a pure concentrate of a cancer treatment that is lethal when undiluted.
Anti-radiation treatment.
Anti-radiation treatment. Sorry, my bad.
So, at a place like this, an environmental base like this should have a large stock of these anti-radiation treatments. They're probably administered regularly.
Yeah.
But basically, it's one of those. It's transported in its concentrated state because you would just use normal water to dilute it. And it's easier to ship it undiluted.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of vaccines are shipped like that. Not vaccines, but treatments. You know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Okay. So that tells me that whoever had access to these treatments might have been whoever poisoned this person, but it doesn't tell me who killed everybody else. Unless this is the person who had access to those treatments, in which case.
Well, everyone at the base would have access to those treatments.
Oh, even better. Even better. So, I don't know.
Well, whoever the medic would have been is the person who would probably be most used to using these treatments. Theoretically, everyone should have had at least a little bit of training in administering something this critical.
Yeah.
No one has like name tags or anything, do they?
So they don't. There would be personnel files.
That'll be something to look at later, is to try to identify who is who.
Sure. So something that Vedic would be able to do, using the relative positioning of the various bodies, he would be able to quickly cobble together a rough holographic animation showing that the base crew killed each other. There are no attackers unaccounted for.
So it wasn't like one attacker, it was them attacking each, like it was a group melee
They all
sort
went
of deal.
crazy.
So here would be a kind of a detailed rundown of what happened. 3 members of the survey team entered the complex through the main door, shooting. They killed 2 victims in short order before the remaining 3 rallied, killing 2 of their attackers. The third of the original attackers seems to have been disarmed, but then broke free, apparently seizing a claw hammer. As one of the defenders constructed the bomb to keep the attacker in the base, another was beaten to death in an adrenaline-fueled rage attack. The attacker then struck the fatal blows against the bomb builder, was dosed with the toxin, and then slew the defender who gave him the dose. He then remained in the base, presumably deterred by the bomb, until he succumbed to the toxic dose.
Ugh. That's grisly. I guess we got to figure out why those survey team members killed the rest of the base members or attacked them.
Little bit.
A little bit. Okay.
Okay.
How do we figure out the survey team
So,
and why they attacked?
to access the base computers, you would have to have someone who has data retrieval.
1.
Okay. Trey, you also missed
1.
everybody killed each other.
It was
Fun.
really grisly. We don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
But basically, 3 of the survey team members came in and started shooting, and then everybody else rallied to try and kill them, and then back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
So, the mainframe is seriously damaged, and every attempt to access it increases the chance of a catastrophic failure.
Okay.
Which means you're only going to be able to get so much information out of it before it dies completely. Subsequent data extraction from the storage media will be possible, but it will take days or weeks and must take place on your ship.
Okay.
So, the personnel files, you do have a copy of them in your briefing materials. You do not need to get the base. You don't have to use the base for that.
No.
Now, what is going to happen is if you are the more information you are going to want to get, each piece of information you get from the computers after the personnel files is going to take 1 point each of data retrieval. And once you start, when it comes to a point where I ask, do you want to spend another point, and you say no, the mainframe is going to go kaput. So that's just something to think about. Now we're going to go over the personnel files. All the personnel are human, although Harlan Mask has enough cyberware that he may or may not have considered himself a cybe. He's kind of sitting on that fuzzy borderline of a human with a lot of cyberware and a cybe with a relatively small amount of cyberware. So the first one is Nolan Honor. He's 31. He's the team leader, or was 31, I should say. The team leader. He was one of the defenders killed by blunt force trauma. He's a decorated former captain in the Combined Navy. There's Letha Osborne, who is 40. The medical officer. And Letha is the one who poisoned the last attacker. Died from blunt force trauma and is a decorated former Combine officer. Then there's Carlo Patrick, who's 31, the technical officer. He's the defender who made the bomb. Again, died from blunt force trauma. During the war with the Mohilar, he fought in an irregular unit.
What was his name?
Carlo Patrick.
Arlo?
Carlo. Carlo. So it's like Arlo, but with a C at the start. Then there's Harlan Mask, Maske, who's 22, a survey technician. He was one of the attackers and was killed by disruption fire. He was born and raised on Ares 3. He was a survivor of the civilian evacuation, and his parents were left behind and were subsequently died in the attack because some civilians were evacuated before the fight. Then there's Jasa Matt, 26, survey technician, was an attacker, killed by disruption fire, cleared by disciplinary tribunal of charges arising from the last environmental survey posting they were on, and the charge was complicity in smuggling. Then there is Zach McClung, who's 30, the radiation analyst. Zach was one of the attackers, and he was the one killed by poison. His records contain multiple reprimands from team leader Nolan Honor for, quote, hostile attitude and, quote, undermining collective morale.
Mm.
Then there's Danny Crowder, 26, the atmospherics analyst, one of the defenders killed by disruption fire, had applied for a transfer to a desk job. Was basically just waiting on that to go through.
Oh.
Damn.
And then there's Kendra Mitchie, who was 37, the toxic materials analyst, one of the defenders killed by disruption fire. The file includes a tersely worded incident report regarding a physical altercation with Dura arms dealers, Salar 2, and Adachi. Concludes with entry from Nolan Honor, quote, matter considered closed, end quote.
Mm.
And I can spell those Dura names if you'd like.
Do I need to write them down?
Possibly.
Okay. Yep, spell them.
Sallertu.
Wait, SALL.
ERTU.
Okay.
And the second one is ADACH hyphen capital SHI.
Okay.
Okay. So
Can you
Yep.
remind me, Carlo Patrick
yes,
was survey tech?
Yeah.
technical officer.
Oh, technical. And was a defender that set the bomb, right?
Yes. Also, the first body you found.
Okay.
Okay. Now, would you guys like to try and find any information from the mainframe?
How much points do we have in data retrieval among us?
I have one.
I've got one.
I don't think either of my folks has any. Nope.
So you can use up to 2.
I say let's use them.
Fair enough.
What would you like to know? And don't worry, if you ask something that there's no information, I'm not going to be a dick and make you use a point.
Okay.
Besides what was mentioned in the basic bios, were there any incident reports like prior to the events?
Like between the crew or between the crew
Yeah.
and locals or
Like I guess
Let's
between
get all.
yeah, anything that we can get, but mainly between the crew members.
okay, so between the crew is going to be 1 point. Between the crew and locals is going to be a 2nd point.
Okay.
Okay. Do we want to get everything then, T, and then use all our points on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start with problems with the locals.
Sure.
This query yields the incident report listed above under Mitchie's personnel file, along with other log entries from Nolan Honor. Honor reports pressure from the Lagos Corporation to deliver a positive environmental statement, and that his refusal to cooperate with them led to escalating harassment. This at first consisted of jeers and catcalls, eventually escalating to vandalism of the base. This last incident led them to erect the security stanchions. Now, between the crew members, this one also turns up a series of log entries by the team leader concerning the hostile attitude of Zach McClung. Yep.
Quick question. Sorry,
Yes.
I blinked on a word. It started with jeers and catcalls and ended with
Vandalism of the base.
vandalism. Thank you. Vandalism was the word I could not,
Yes.
for the life of me, get.
And you noted where that pressure was coming from, correct?
The Lagos Corporation, which is the same
Yes.
people that are in orbit.
Their ship is in orbit. They are not.
Yes.
Now, between the crew members, there's a series of log entries by the team leader concerning the hostile attitude of Zach McClung. McClung comes off as increasingly belligerent, especially after Honor, citing deteriorating relations with the locals, orders him to stay away from the bar in town. The search also finds a supplementary statement from Dr. Osborne stating he may be suffering from substance withdrawal and borderline personality disorders. And basically, as you were able to upload that information to your headsets, that is when the mainframe goes kaput.
What do we need to do to transfer the mainframe up to our ship?
That would be a shuttle ride.
Okay.
You would have
So
to
it's
get the
something that-
physical stuff physically
Okay.
to your ship. You've got labs in your ship that can start working on it, but
Yep.
it will take a while. In fact, that's something that you might not even want to start during this, because again, it will take days, possibly weeks.
Yep.
Now, do you want to conduct an autopsy? They can be performed with largely non-invasive scans.
Why not?
Okay.
Let's do it.
What skill would it require?
Forensic anthropology.
Hey,
Hey yo, you're
So
getting
what I'm
you're
here
so
for.
useful in this campaign, NB.
So, there are strange malformations that are present in the cortices of the three attackers, but not in the victims.
in the what's
The
Sissy?
cortices. So that would be the various cortexes of the brain.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Roll.
do you want to do a 2-point spend to find out a little bit more?
Hang on. I think that might be worth it.
Okay.
I'll still have 1 point left.
So using that 2-point spend, you also turn up microscopic subcellular degradation where their headsets touch their temples.
Microscopic what degradation?
Degradation at the subcellular level where their headsets touch their temples. Now, the autopsy will also reveal that Zach McClung had an internal headset.
Oh, interesting.
That's not good.
Now,
I feel like that might be an issue.
Edith, using your virology, you can assist in the autopsy.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's assist.
Okay. None of what was discovered in the attackers were the result of a viral infection, natural or otherwise.
Okay.
So whatever this was, it was not viral.
Okay. That's useful.
Now, do you guys want to try and analyze the internal headset?
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to need some data retrieval.
Data retrieval. Let's
This
see.
can't be a
I
spend.
have.
Because you've already spent that point.
Yep.
Yeah. mean, I
It
have one.
shows... No, remember you guys both spent your
Oh.
points getting that
Oh, so we
information
can't
from the
spend it.
mainframe. Yep, because you've already spent it.
Oh.
Now, data retrieval shows that the onboard storage was corrupted as McClung died.
Hmm.
And using forensic anthropology, Lucius knows that neurofeedback scrambles internal headset contents in about 27% of violent deaths. However, you are able to recover a portion of an encrypted message received by McClung a day prior to the incident.
Okay.
So that would be someone with decryption.
I think
You said that was received about a day prior.
Yes.
I have decryption.
Okay. So you can reassemble a portion of the hollow message. A grimy-looking scavenger type looks into the camera. Recoverable dialogue includes the phrases, "Crazy reading, Z, right off the scale." And "Trade you the coordinates for some of that swag we talked about earlier." Do you want to make a 1-point spend
I don't have a point to spend.
in decryption?
Nope, I have only 1 point in decryption and I spent it already.
On what?
I don't remember. We spent it earlier.
That was data retrieval.
No, I had both and I spent both.
I didn't. I haven't recorded what the point spends were.
I am going through.
When you get
I
done with
swear
that, can
I
you tell
spent
me
one
that
on
second
encryption.
quote?
Something about swag. Get me some of
Yeah.
that cool swag you were talking about.
There is. Oh, you spent the point to narrow down where the high where the high speed transmission was from.
That's what I did.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Trade you the coordinates for some of that swag we talked about earlier. That's the second message.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do more. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Is there anything that we can tell? Like, there's the subcellular degradation
Mm-hmm.
from the headsets.
Mm-hmm.
Can we tell if there's something weird about the headsets?
Not that you can tell.
Okay.
So as far as you can tell, these are normal headsets. And especially when I say normal headsets, I don't know why that didn't go.
I'm always sad because I can't ever hear them unless I turn the sound on Twitch.
And I don't want to
then
hear my own voice.
I don't want to hear my voice and it echoes.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't been on sound alerts for a bit, so that might be...
Right now I have 143,000 channel points because I never spend them on anything.
Okay. That should... Can you try it again?
Yeah, sure. I have points to spare. Don't refund me. I don't need more points.
I can't refund these.
Good.
Okay.
I'm sorry
So-
I derailed everything by trying
No,
to spend channel
I-
points.
I appreciate it. This needs to be solved. There's no point in having these if
They don't work.
it doesn't work. Okay.
Hey, kappa, kappa, hey, kappa, kappa, hey.
There we go.
Let's try it again.
I got the test alert to play.
Nice. We're gonna try chicken dance.
It is working.
Nice. Sorry to stream for spamming you with sound alerts. Sucks to you guys. Alright, so there's nothing weird about the headsets.
Yep.
As far as we can tell.
They're normal, what you would expect combined science teams to have for headsets.
God, now I'm paranoid. I'm convinced that it's weird crabs.
It's not weird crabs, but it's weird crabs.
That was the last game.
Yeah, but it could be weird crabs this time. You don't know that.
I do know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Oh. Is it the radiation fucking with the headsets, maybe?
Radiation wouldn't do that.
What would? The Ashen Star effect?
Not that you know of.
Well, fuck, I don't know. What would cause subcellular degradation at the headset touch? Like where the headset sits.
You've never seen that happen before.
Exactly. It's weird. Could be crabs.
Crabs. If I've told you once, Edith, I've told you 1,000 times. It's probably not crabs.
It's always crabs, man. That's what the universe goes to. Universe's perfect creature is a crab. We all become crab one day.
I don't know. I still think the perfect creature is a cat.
I don't doubt that.
Remember-
but the universe's perfect creature is crab.
The best hunter on the planet is a cat.
Oh no, it is.
It's the little tiny ones.
Yep, it is.
They're just like little murder
anthill
machines.
tigers. Anthill tigers. They're
Okay.
so neat.
So what do you guys want to do next? You've kind of plumbed the base for everything it has.
I guess
Yeah.
we could go talk to the settlement of scavengers, but I don't think they'd want to talk to us because we're cops.
I mean, you don't have to come up dick swinging with badges out or anything.
I don't want to. I don't ever want to do that.
What, dick swinging or badges out?
Yes. All of the above, father.
Well, clearly your drive was not sexual tourism.
No,
Oh,
it was
dear.
not. My drive is altruism. I want to help the peoples.
Yeah, it turns out we don't walk into every room possible and Genuine's pony starts playing on the speakers.
I swear to God, Trey.
Okay.
The only
I'm
reason I know
sorry.
who Genuine is Parks and Rec.
I'm just a bachelor.
It is
swear to
not
God.
sexual tourism. It's sexual adventure.
That's still.
Sexual Congress.
Okay. So,
I'm way too ace for this discussion.
you have two choices. You can either fly your shuttle to the town, which A, might risk the same things as coming to here did, and B
Is kind of coming in dick swinging.
is kind of coming in dick swinging.
I
Now,
Yeah.
you could also walk there.
don't love that.
Don't love that.
you
How
can
far?
take
how
the
far's the
base's
trip?
truck.
Yeah.
That's what my thought was.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
there's a
base
perfectly
truck.
good truck here.
Base truck. Base truck.
Okay.
Send it.
We in there.
So
In your
yeah,
truck.
you guys start slowly driving through the wreckage. Edith acting as navigator. And who would be driving?
I would assume green.
Probably
Okay.
Green.
Presumably, yeah.
Okay.
Irony.
It again, it's gonna take you 3 hours 45 minutes. You're going at like 4 miles an hour on average.
We
I've
ain't
driven
getting
across-
far, but we're getting there.
I've driven across the Utah desert on unpaved areas. I know this very familiarly.
Well, it's not even that you're on unpaved areas because you're actually almost always on paved areas. But you're in an absolutely shattered city. You have to very carefully pick your way around stuff. And sometimes go over stuff. So it takes you a few hours. It's eerie because all you can hear is whatever chatter you have with each other and the sound of the truck and the echoes of the truck off the shattered buildings. And there is no other sound.
That's fucked up.
Well, no, there would be another sound, the wind through the wreckage. There's no animal
Even
sound.
weirder.
There's no other people sound. There's no other engine sounds or anything like that. This is the definition of desolate.
Fucked up.
That starts to change when you're getting closer to the town. You do start hearing some noises of civilization, and you reach this. You don't even really want to call it a shanty town. This is honestly the closest thing that I can think of to what this would be the townships of South Africa. Where like there are buildings where walls are plastic sheets. Sheets of corrugated metal. If you can find enough sheets of corrugated metal to make a little, 4 walls, a door punched into one of them, and a roof, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah.
The only obvious public space in this settlement is an open air bar. And you can tell it's a bar because there's a bioluminescent sign featuring a bottle of beer and a mug. If it has a name, you've no idea what it is.
It is simply the bar.
The bar.
A concrete patio facing out into a dusty street houses a collection of battered metal tables and chairs. More tables and chairs sit under the bar's roof. Like most of the settlement structures, it's made from a mix of shipping materials, prefab building components. There's not even like a full prefab house. It's like parts of prefab building. And comparatively intact chunks of rubble dragged from the city's ruins. And that's basically what all buildings look like. This is This is a town made from trash.
Okay, okay. So the main city in Remnant 2, got it.
So, do you want to stop and walk into the bar, or what do you
Yeah,
want to do?
let's walk into the bar. That's usually a good place to get information.
Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as you do, you sense an immediate hardening of attitudes.
Oop. They don't know us.
No. This is the normal reaction when a freelance lawman enters a lawless place. They've clocked you as lasers.
Ah, shit.
And I mean, like, looking around, basically the entire bar is humans. So the fact that you are a
Not-
mixed group. In fact, there's Greenhorn is the closest thing to a human you've got.
Yeah.
That's probably why you were clocked. Is you are unusually diverse, especially for a place like this. Now, I did say that that this place is mostly human, almost completely human. There is one notable exception. Well, no, there are two sets. There are a few Sibes, and at a back table, there is a group of Dura. But other than
Not
that,
surprised.
everyone is human.
That's going to be that team from the Lagos Corporation, I bet.
More likely than not.
So, who has downside or respect?
Let's see.
Um,
2 downside, 2 respect.
I have 2 respect.
I have none of either.
Okay. So, Greenhorn. As the face, this makes sense. To win acceptance here, a friendly gesture might be in order. Buying a round for the house might do the trick. Now, keep in mind, this is like any other trivial expenditure. It is too small to do anything to your guys' budget.
Okay.
Would you like to buy a round for the...
Send
Okay.
And
So, there is a burly, wide-jawed man standing behind the bar. Are you going to approach him to
yeah.
buy the round?
Yeah.
Okay. He looks you guys up and down. What can I do for you?
1 for the house.
He kind of nods. And as he announces it and a cheer rises up, and he starts pouring some brown liquid into shot glasses. Lucius, you would notice that as he's doing this, he kind of absentmindedly scratches at some raised red flesh on his arms.
That's funky.
Hmm.
Does he have like a rash?
Well, that would require some forensic anthropology.
Oh,
Well, I've got that. Is it a point or just a...
Nope, they're just using it.
Yep.
just using.
It That's one of the symptoms of long-term exposure to low-level radiation.
Oh.
As he finishes sending on the glasses out, he walks back to you. Name's Tom Kresh.
Green.
Hmm. He looks at the
Edith.
others expectantly.
I'm Edith.
Lucius and Vedic.
He nods his head out at the truck that you guys drove in on. Suit Fruits let you use their truck?
Yeah, we're out of towners. They're kind enough to let us borrow it.
Clearly. What
We call them suit fruits.
Yes. So as you might imagine, it's well, let's not beat around the bush. It's a term of local abuse for hopelessly overcautious types like that Ev-base crew, who wear environmental suits whenever they go outside. In fact, if you had come in wearing a suit and are not bought around for everybody, you'd probably have folk calling you Suit Fruits. You're
Understood.
not, are you?
No, nothing like that. Somebody needs to be talking and it isn't me.
Nah. Not our style.
So you were with those Suit Fruits. How's Z? How's he doing? We haven't been able to see him for a bit.
Hmm.
He's the only one of them worth a damn.
Don't know if we ran into him while we were over there. Just had a quick encounter and asked for a ride.
This is going to require 1 point of deception.
Let's see. And I think I had that somewhere.
Yeah, you were bold-faced lying to this guy.
Yep.
Yeah. Negotiation, reassurance, respect. Damn, what part of the sheet was it on?
Deception is
Is it a general?
I don't see deception on the general list.
Let's see.
Either I'm very bad at
Oh, there's not actually a deception.
like
So
I
it would be-
swear I know the alphabet.
It would be interpersonal.
Bullshit detector?
No, bullshit detector would be the opposite. It
That's
would
if
be
we're trying to figure out if they're lying.
yes.
Negotiation, maybe?
Let me. I have a couple of ideas that I wanna check. The problem is I haven't played this system in years, so I only half remember things. And also, although I have run this adventure before, nobody has just flat out lied. This is the first time I'm having to deal with you just lying to people's face.
I wasn't gonna take that approach, but since we've gone down that road, we're gonna go.
You went down that road.
Spook, you're
I
muted.
gave Trey the reins, and this is what happens.
I did not think it was a bad I did not think it was a good idea to be like, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, me
Well,
neither,
especially
but
not after we told them that we borrowed the truck.
I
yeah,
mean,
that was my fault. My bad. Big sorry, guys.
Dominoes.
That's on me. I'll accept blame for this.
The domino effect, he says as he eats his Papa John's.
You fucking asshole. I hate Domino's pizza.
It's
They're all bad.
it's the
We got
best.
a Little Caesars coming near us, which is pretty exciting for Phil.
They
Them,
have really good cheesy bread.
them $5 hot and readies.
so it's actually going to be impersonate.
Which I
Oh.
have one of.
Okay, do you want to spend that 1 point? Or do you want to backtrack and not lie to this guy?
How we feel in chat.
Chat. I don't know, man. I have a headache and I don't know how to think anymore.
Send it.
I guess we send it.
Okay. So you're lying to him.
I guess so.
Okay. Like, Tom is proudly showing his contempt for them. Like, it almost seems to be an in-group signifier.
Right.
Is hatred for these guys.
That's maybe we should tell them that everybody's dead then. I don't
mean,
know,
if-
man.
The question is, how are we going to gather more information if we don't?
Yeah. Like if we lie to them and just are like, yeah, no, we're on chill terms with them, they'll just be like, fuck you guys. You soup fruits.
I mean,
Do we?
you've bought yourself a little bit of goodwill with buying everyone around and not being in environmental suits.
Yeah, but
Of the people we see around the bar and the bartender and everybody, do we recognize the guy from the hologram?
No.
Okay.
And you had a good enough look at him that if he was here, you would be able to pick him out.
okay. I guess it's between lying to them or not lying to them. I'm gonna roll a dice.
I mean, you've already lied to them. This
Further.
is a do you keep the lie going or do you go, okay, man, actually we lied to you. They're dead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like Trey, you're the face. Help.
It's
This is a hard one.
Think we might be more likely to get information with the truth.
Yeah, probably.
never mind. I lied.
What?
What did we lie about this time?
They're dead.
I need you to do
Oh.
a 1 point spend of respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tracks.
A look of intense surprise just washes over Tom. They're... What do you mean they're dead?
All of them killed each other. At least that's how it looked. We don't know how. We don't know why. We're just doing our best to figure that situation out. But yeah,
Well, guess I won't be seeing Z anymore.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Someone got out a distress call in the middle of whatever went down, and that's what brought us here.
That I suppose that makes sense. Yeah. What? When did it happen?
would have been within the
Days
last
ago?
3 days.
I mean, oh, you're here to see if we had anything to do with it, aren't you?
No.
I mean, I don't think you did.
Yeah.
But,
no. We
like,
just want to know if you understood anything that was going on over there
yeah.
that could lead us into an insight.
I mean, sure. The boys might have banged up the base a little bit. They're just letting off some steam. Nothing damaging or criminal about that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, to be clear, it looks like it was all within that team. There was no indication that it was anybody from the outside.
Okay.
We just
did-
don't understand why they did it. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I think who you're looking for is this guy named Derek. Derek Streets. He was the ringleader of that little campaign against the base. Most respected man here, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, those Streets did want the Ev base out. That didn't stop him from sometimes trading some information for equipment on occasion.
So he would have been Z's contact then.
He and McClung, they
They had conversations.
yes. The last deal they had a few days ago.
Right.
Derek left a set of coordinates and hard copy for McClung to pick up. McClung swung by, took the numbers, and left some heat exchangers. That would have been... His eyes go wide for a second. That would have been about 3 days ago.
Do you know what the coordinates were for?
Nope. I don't ask. If one of them comes looking for the other and the other's not around, they'll leave stuff with me, but consider me a dead drop.
Just the
Understood.
messenger.
Yep. I didn't look at those coordinates other than to see their coordinates and Derek didn't seem fit to tell me what they were about, and if he had, I would have shut him down right quick.
Fair.
Understood.
Do you know where we could find Derek?
He's not around right now. He must be off on a run somewhere.
Okay, then we'll just hang around until he comes back.
If
Oh,
that's all right.
I mean, you keep buying around for the house, and I don't think anyone will complain about you hanging around for a bit.
Understood. Good man, Tom.
You bought yourself a little bit of credits. It's up to you to tell what to do with it.
Okay.
And then, right about that time, he goes to help a different customer.
Okay. Well, that was an amount of information.
Sorry to
Got us
beef
the
it.
name.
Yeah.
We didn't beef it.
No, we're good.
We're good. Nobody beefed it.
So we're looking for a Derek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm betting that's the guy that was in the message.
Yep. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anything else within the bar capture our interest, or is it just people going about their business?
You one of the things that you would notice is everyone seems to be wearing a like a little necklace with some sort of, it looks like probably a detector of some kind around their neck, including Tom for that matter.
Would any of us happen to know, like, the
Yeah,
origin of that?
a forensic anthropology or engineering sort of deal.
It, at least superficially, looks like it could, that plus kind of what you've noticed around. It looks like it'd be like a radiation detector. But the weird thing about that would be the ambient radiation should be setting off a detector like that.
They're probably rigged to not go off for that low of an, or not low, but low air quotes.
Adjusted to fit the higher
Ambient
threshold,
radiation.
as it were, yeah.
That wouldn't really serve any purpose.
Hmm.
Because like the radiation level is high enough that like someone living here like a year or two is probably not going to make it much past like 70.
Hmm.
And with good medical technology, people regularly make it over 100.
Oh yeah, that's pretty intense.
So living here for a while, that's going to shorten your life notably. There really wouldn't be much point having a radiation detector that was set for a higher, Like this is a radiation. This is not like a Geiger counter. This is a hey, radiation is too high.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, and a Geiger counter doesn't actually tell you anything useful unless you're specifically looking for contamination, because it's not telling you what the dose is.
Well,
You can have
yes.
something that like makes a Geiger counter absolutely scream and it does 0 damage to a human.
Mm-hmm.
My profile picture here is flowers that we irradiated. And they were super radioactive afterwards, but it wasn't any form that was a problem. So we just
Radioactive.
but we still had to throw them in the radioactive waste.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could try and talk to Crush some more. As you guys do kind of look around and take note of everyone. They're one of the patrons that kind of stands out as you're kind of watching interpersonal relations going on. There's a pale raven-haired scavenger that all the bar's male patrons stare at when she's not looking their direction. And there is also so nobody around is like nobody is doing well. These are all people who they're you're not sure if any of them have enough money to leave at this point. But there's one slumped, sallow-faced scavenger who he's clearly seen better days. He's probably the worst off of the lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Green, you do also notice a broad-shouldered woman sprouting a dense array of cyberware. She's probably if you were told there was one person other than yourself in this bar who considers themselves a cybe, it'd be this woman. There's a couple
Fair.
other people that are probably also cybes, but she's definitely there. There's no this isn't
Question
like
about
this
it.
isn't
Yeah.
like Harlan.
There's no ambiguity there.
There's no ambiguity, and she is more cybed up than anyone else,
Gotcha.
with the possible exception of you. Yeah.
I'll see if I can like reach out to her real quick.
Okay. Lucius.
Yeah.
Using your forensic anthropology, her cyberware has broken down due to lack of upkeep. So although she has a lot of cyberware, none of it's working. She hasn't been able to pay the upkeep. Okay. Green, what do you want to say to her? She kind of looks up at you as you approach.
Not too many like us out here.
So you coming on to me?
Just an observation.
What do you want?
To learn more about this place. How'd you end up here?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. How do people in general end up here then?
People end up here because they want to find a score. You know, most of the sellable salvage is unexploded munitions. Sometimes it's other valuables, but it's usually munitions. And the haulers that come through, she motions over to the bar, or Tom, and then she kind of gestures her head towards the Dura, or Lagos. They end up with most of your cred. You find a few things, you sell it, then you take the cred that you get, and you use it to survive.
Gotcha. Were the ones on that on the E-base running by a similar sort of setup, or were they doing their own thing?
You came in their truck. You know they weren't scavengers. The hell kind of question is that? They're here to see if the environment is good enough to make sure people can live here. And this, and she kind of holds up that meter, proves that that's true. This will go off if there's any problem. You see anyone's going off? No, there's no problem. Therefore, those suit fruits are sitting there wasting everyone's goddamn time while they try and put together some report to let everyone know it's safe to come back.
Noted.
It'd be pertinent for us to take a look at one of those monitors. Out of character.
Do you want to ask to see if we can, like, figure out how to get our hands on one, or?
I feel like it has something to do with the Loggers Company. I don't know who gave them all the monitors, because I don't think it would be the E-base.
No, combine radiation meters, if that is indeed what this is, would look different. They would probably be a little thing that you have on your belt. And the reason why they would be belt rather than like a necklace is it would just be easier to attach to the outside of an environmental suit.
You also want it against the body, and if they're hanging, you're less likely to have them against the body.
Right.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Not that people don't do that literally all the time, but...
Well, also, remember, this is several hundred years in the future. Being against the body might not be as big of a deal as it would be today.
I don't think there's I don't know that there's an actual alternative to that, because you need the water to bounce it off of.
Again, this is the future. It might work a little different.
Physics is still the same.
I know what you're saying. I'm not saying that they don't still have a water problem that they need to get around. What I am saying is, remember, we are in, while it is on the grittier side, it is still a space opera. And I know we keep bumping against radiation, and that's your specialty. But actually, 2 seconds. Given what time it is, I am going to step away for a second to go feed Skylar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the Be Right Back, and I'm going to set up words on stream again. But this time I'm going to make sure that you guys can hit continue.
Okay.
And then we will be back. We are probably close to the end of tonight's stream. But I have a stopping point in mind. We're not quite there yet. Okay, there you go, everyone. I will be back shortly.
Oh, Craig.
See.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Doesn't seem to be continuing.
It doesn't seem to be continuing, no.
Well, darn. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it goes. I guess I didn't have the sauce.
Oh no, there's no R.
Ah, fuck you!
Damn. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just mad.
Oh, 2 O's, damn it.
Yep.
Yep. This game's stupid. Fucking hate these games. These like figure out the words games. Fucking hate these. This and Wordle, like they piss me off. I'm so bad at them.
The
I'm
timing
bad at
throws
spelling too.
the
Okay,
timing
NB.
throws me off with this one.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just a time thing.
There it goes. I think we just have to do it twice. Sisyphus?
Ray.
How fucking dare you get the big words all off the bat, you fucking bitch. Yeah, fuck.
Oh, you bastard.
Fuck you. Share with the big words over here, I'm mad.
Well,
Feed you. Continue, please.
Continue.
Oh, it changed this. What does that even mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
It's just a bunch of random letters. Got it. Okay, look, stream was clear for once. Wild. I didn't know I could see it in 2020. So I've been getting like fucking really blurry stream all night.
Yeah, I don't think that one worked out for me.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's just, it's fine. None of us are good at this game, except for maybe you. And also NB. And Seb. Basically, I'm the only one who's bad at this. There it goes.
Yeah.
Huh. Seb was locked, so he couldn't make that one. Moose is
Moose are terrifying.
Moose are
No-
scary.
Nothing that big should exist.
Nice.
Charlie got me one of them big words.
Nice.
Peace. I don't know, man. I'm fucking around here. I said Moe's earlier. Fucking Christ, I typed it in first.
also a word.
Yeah, I tried that before. It didn't work.
Yeah, Seep's a good
Okay, everyone, I am back. How goes the game?
one. Yeah.
We lost at level 5 and then had to start over.
And here we are.
It is not recognizing several words that are absolutely words,
Yep.
and I'm
Definitely
angry.
recognizing some sort of words that aren't really words, probably.
Do you want to continue or do you want to get back to it?
Oh,
One
and
more
we already
round.
hit continue. Repertoire.
Go Space Envy on the first one.
Yeah, you got
Goes.
the big one. Nice. It almost has fractal, but not quite.
Wonder if it would recognize fart.
Try it. Ghostling, try again with the refract. Oh, there's no E.
Oh, there's no E.
I wonder what F word you guys are missing.
Oh, that's missing a C.
Okay. Well, guys, good job.
Thank you.
Skylar, just a second. Skylar. Skylar, come on, pup. Okay, so sorry about that, everyone. I didn't realize I didn't fully shut my my office door when feeding Skylar, and then he ran out. Okay, I am back. So, when we left off, Laura Vasquez, that's her name. You didn't ask, but that's her name. She was talking to you about what everyone finds here. So
Sorrow, dismay, and scrap.
she does say that the really big score, the one everyone is looking for, would be something that uncovers the answer to the bogey conundrum. That is the Holy Grail.
What's the bogey conundrum?
That's the mystery about why we can't remember what happened during the war.
Well, you don't really
Oh.
remember the Mohilar. Like, what they look
Yeah.
like, what... Anything... The more directly something relates to the Mohilar, the less everyone is able to remember.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gross. I don't like that.
And I would say at this point, Greenhorn, you realize there's something that she's holding back. Something that she obviously doesn't want to share it. And you think it might be something where something that she doesn't want to let other people know about.
Which I don't know. I'm not trying to like come off like interrogator-y. I just like genuinely am trying to like figure out what did we get ourselves into here?
Well,
And
what since she doesn't want it to get out, what do you think you could do to help persuade her?
Are you committed to this place to the point where you'd want to be here forever?
She kind of shrugs. At least until I get enough to set myself up for the rest of my life.
Do we think that it'd be possible that we'd be able to like help with that? Because there's the possibility that we could.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, maybe we might be able to work out some sort of deal where we're able to, I guess, essentially like help her with like, I guess, getting off the rock.
I mean, sure, you would have a bunk that you could have her stay in, but I mean, she'd either have to join your crew or you'd drop her off at a planet where she would be just as poor and probably not know what to do to get money. At least on this rock, she knows how
what's
she can
up,
get
yeah.
some money.
Yeah. Fair.
I mean, I suppose you could get in contact with local Combine representatives to get an evacuation order and evacuate the settlers off this planet.
Oh, that would go well.
Yeah, I don't think that's it either.
I mean, you'd probably not want to tell them, but Edith, That's probably something that's been going through the back of your mind since you read that report of the ambient radiation. Like, the best thing for all of these people is to leave.
Yes.
Yep.
And you can
But people
file a
don't-
report with the Combine and not tell anyone.
Oh, I'm definitely doing that.
But people rarely leave their homes so easily.
Yeah, no. Just
You-
because
you-
just because
Got
I
a
want
couple
them to doesn't mean they're
Combine
gonna
ships with some Combine security teams, and they won't have a choice.
There's a better way to do that. But in the meantime, figuring out like how we can make this a mutually beneficial agreement, I guess, is what I'm
So-
after.
With what I suggested,
Mhm.
you were going the wrong direction.
Okay.
So this would be using reassurance.
Okay.
Because you would basically promise her to keep whatever she's holding back confidential.
Yeah.
She said Adachi, one of the Dura arms dealers, who's, and she kind of very subtly nods toward their table, offered me a big cred and a preferred vendor premium if I slipped something into Zach McClung's drink. I didn't do it because he's a suit fruit. Don't get me wrong, but he kind of reminds me of my dad. And with that, you can kind of feel her walls going up.
Okay.
So clearly, I guess somebody might have had it out for both Zach and Derek, or maybe just Zach and the other, like, the other folks on the base. Who easy targets, sure, but what would be the motivation behind killing them if doing so was like such a thing after like so long, you know? Just thinking out loud to the crew, then, like, rather
Yeah.
than like, presumably the conversations ended,
Mhm.
so yeah.
Oy.
It's like, did somebody want to incite them to essentially turn against each other? Is that what we're working with here, or
Well,
Is it-
remember, something slipped into the drink wouldn't have caused what was found in the autopsies.
fair?
No.
That would have been something else.
But either way, there would have been motivation from somebody outside of the outside of the crew to want them dead, or at least just Zach. Curiouser and curiouser.
I mean, right now when you guys are kind of talking amongst yourself, you're over on a table over to the side, and you realize that slumped sallow face guy is not very far away, and Is it Vedic who has forensic engineering, or is it Lucius?
Lucius.
Okay. Lucius at this range would notice that this guy's disruptor pistol is damaged and it will explode the next time it's used.
And this is a guy that's just sitting near us.
Yeah, he's the slumped, sallow-faced guy who's clearly seen better days. He's kind of at the... Although almost everyone seems to be near the end of their rope, he's the one that it looks like he's about to slip off the end of his rope. And if he shoots that gun again, that's the end of his rope.
I will pull up a chair
Mm-hmm.
and say, I think I'll just start with, hello, friend. I'm Lucius.
He looks up at you, bleary-eyed as can be, and goes, "What do you want? I'm Joel."
I noticed that your disruptor pistol has seen better days. And I think it is going to explode the next time it's used.
Well, then let's hope I get a big score before I need to use it again.
Fair.
Look, man, I got nothing you might want.
I not looking for anything, just wanted to pass that on.
So, Lucius, you could either repair the pistol, like you could probably do that, or I mean, your ship's got plenty. You wouldn't have access to any of them right now, but
Yeah.
you've got a decently well stocked armory. It wouldn't be you wouldn't miss it if you gave him a new one.
I'll say, look, I just.
Hi.
Hello, Skylar.
Just a second.
I hate to see things happen when I can do something to prevent them. And I will hand him my pistol.
Okay.
This one will not blow up the next time you use it.
Oh, your pistol is like brand new. Clearly brand new. He holds it. It is of Dura design, so it's clearly not made for a human's hand. It's still usable. Like, he can still use it. It's just not going to be the most comfortable thing in the world. Okay, 2 seconds.
Puppy has opinions.
Rotor dog.
Okay. I had to make sure that I could let Skylar out, and I could. So he kind of looks at the gun and looks at you. A mix of suspicion and like genuine gratitude are warring on his face. Because on one hand, like, he is happy as hell.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
This seems suspicious.
people aren't nice to people like Joel.
Yeah.
So I ever heard you talking with Tom. You're looking for Derek, right?
Hmm.
I got a friend, Berto Cardo.
Bert, you said Berto?
Berta
Berta.
Cardo. Cordo is her last name. Berta. She and I were hanging out last night, and she was going over some readings. And she came across a strange ambient radiation reading last night. And she went right away to the most respected man in town.
Derek.
Yeah. That's all I know, but maybe it'll help.
Thank you.
Hmm.
And I hope this helps. And I will head back over to the table with everyone else.
Okay.
And let them know about strange ambient radiation readings last night.
Okay. It just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Yeah, and it seems like everything gets reported back to Derek.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you would imagine by this point that the closest thing this town has to leaders is probably Derek and Tom.
Yeah.
And somehow the Dura are involved with the town somehow.
Yeah.
Remember, there is also that pale, raven-haired woman. And then there are the Dura.
Yeah. Somebody should talk to the pale raven-haired woman, but I don't know if I should do that. It'd be really awkward for me to just wander up to her and be like, "Hello, hi, I'm Edith."
I mean, you can
Got my
try
cute
it.
little web hand. No, I don't want to. That seems stupid.
I think you should try it.
Okay.
I also think you should try it.
Okay, I'm just gonna wander up to her, like my weird little like 4'7" Voss Mall webbed fingers and everything. Like I'm just like, hello, hi, I'm Edith.
She kind of looks you up and down for a second and chuckles. Nice to meet you, Edith. I'm Eden.
Our names sound the same. That's fun. We're here because there's been some funky things happening at the E-base, and we're trying to understand. It seems like Derek's pretty popular, isn't he?
Do you have any respect?
I have 2 respect.
Okay. Um, so basically, you and her make kind of small talk for a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair.
And she seems to warm up to you pretty quickly. And
Cool.
she says, "So, you mentioned Derek earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he and his running buddy Berta, they headed out pretty early this morning on some mission. They're pretty tight-lipped about it."
Mm-hmm. Okay. That seems important.
She shrugs. I mean, people are always coming and going here.
That's super fair. Do you know anything about Z? Over at the E-base?
She just kind of shrugs. People liked him. He could hold his liquor. I mean, between you and I, Edith, one man here is basically like every other.
Mm-hmm.
You do some flirting, and maybe you can get their jaws working a little bit more than normal. But a man's a man, and well, no offense, my friend, but I don't think you attract men in the same way I do, so count your lucky stars.
Oh no, I do not, and I will count my stars. I do that every time I enter a new system. I count the stars from where we're at.
Cute.
I'm just taking this whole like I've never seen the universe thing at like face value for my character. I'm loving this.
Here's the
I'm just a
thing.
little guy.
You are intimately familiar with the universe. You're just not used to experiencing the universe in a body.
Exactly. That's the fun part. I'm just having a great time with this. This whole body thing, this is wild to me. I love knowing where things are from like a relative position in space.
Time and space was something that you walked around for. Well, I mean, for someone like the Voskra, time means nothing, just as space means nothing.
Yeah. Sounds right.
So there's not you walked around space and time for untold millennia or anything like that. No, you
You just it had no meaning to me at that point. It was like walking across a stream.
yeah. She kind of smiles warmly at you and pats your hand. Well, I hope you get plenty of time to count those stars.
Thank you. You have a great rest of your day. And then I'll wander back to my friends.
Okay.
Okay. So, who's gonna talk to the mafia guys in the corner?
What is there anything that like Lucius would know about like the Lagos Corporation or anything through like Dura cultural knowledge or anything?
So like history, Dura.
Yeah.
Well, first, who has bullshit detector?
I feel
2.
no, I don't have any.
2.
So, anyone with bullshit detector, you'll notice that the four Dura who sit back here, they've been trying really hard to seem uninterested in you guys. But they've also
It's not working.
been watching you without being seen to be watching you. Like,
Yeah.
they're very interested in you guys. Lucius also has forensic accounting, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I am.
Wait. I think so. Where's forensic accounting? Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to use both forensic accounting and history Dura.
Mhm.
So the Lagos Corporation is a small but thriving business empire. It was founded after the war, and it specializes in munitions sales. Though its reputation is one of shady dealing, it never gets caught doing the truly nasty stuff.
War
So-
profiteering, hooray.
More conflict profiteering. The corporation was founded and is dominated by ex-members of the Dura Intelligence Command. It is often suspected of funneling money to revanchist elements who want to reinstate the old totalitarian government.
You said it's ex-members of the Dura Military Command?
Intelligence Command.
Intelligence.
Yeah. And, yeah, and although it is often suspected of funneling money, it's not always. And to those who accuse them publicly of being like ultra nationalists, they do point out that there's at least one member of their board who is a human. Like, it's not all Dura. Now, the higher up in the company you go, like, there's one on its board of directors that's not a Dura.
Well, yes, because it's good to have the one you can. My
Token
human
straight
friend.
person.
Yep.
And the farther down the organization you go, the more non-Dura they are. But still,
Right.
at all levels, it is a Dura-dominated company. But it always has at least just enough to slip out of anything. So there is a leader of the four. It's a gap-toothed woman with thinning hair, and who has forensic psychology.
Where's that? Oh, it's over on investigative abilities on the left under academic, and I don't think either of my characters does. So probably
have it.
Ghost.
Okay. Edith will notice that the others are visibly afraid of the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other three Dura.
Okay. That
Okay.
makes sense.
Who wants to go approach them? Does everybody? Does just one? Does just a couple?
I'm also scared of that woman, and I do not want to go near her.
I guess we go as a unit.
A unit, I suppose.
Unit or Lucius, I think.
I think Lucius alone might be the better option.
Fair enough.
I mean, Lucius, do you feel like you could fully handle
I mean,
talking with a person by yourself?
a person, yes. Those people, I don't know.
Does Lucius have well, let's just go through. How good is Lucius at detecting lies? How's his bullshit detector?
Nothing.
You guys would realize that Lucius is not the person to catch on lies as well as others. I'm not saying they're going to lie, but
If they did.
Yeah, you ain't calling him a truther, that's for sure.
so who's gonna go?
Um,
I think it might be a group thing then.
might be a group thing.
Or maybe Lucius and um Green.
Yeah, Lucius and Green sounds like a good combo. I
So
should
it's
have
not
my
like
foot in
a
my mouth.
not like an overwhelming thing, but we do at least have the person who is good with people.
Yes,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
So she's pretty open about watching you guys as the two of you approach. It's not often one sees a Dura in companionship with others, and something Lucius will clock immediately is she has a high caste accent. Like, before your emperor betrayed the Mohilar and dismantled the totalitarian government that the Dura have had for forever, she was probably nobility. She was somewhere at the top of society. Even if it was the bottom of the top, it was still the top of society. You don't get an accent like that without it.
Why do you sound like you're from the north?
Lots
the
of planets have a north.
That was the Queen's favorite doctor.
Yeah, and he hated her.
I mean, as all Republicans should.
I'm always just sad at how terrible an experience it was for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too.
Like that makes me so sad because he's my favorite
Yeah.
of the
so
new
good.
doctors.
Same.
Okay. So she addressed you, Lucius.
Yeah. I have no idea how my backstory goes and how I ended up with the group.
Well, you can either make it up right now, or you could try and beg off.
I think that ties back to my thing. Let me look one thing up real quick.
Well, I mean, as a phase rider,
Yeah.
with hanging out with lasers, that's one of the few ways that you can use your
Yeah.
phase ability often.
Well, yes, but I'm not gonna
legally.
say I like being high.
Well, I mean, there's also you could just say something along the lines of not many options for a Dura who want to use our ability legally.
We'll go with that.
She scoffs at that. She's like, yes, that is something we do have to worry about more in the present, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes.
And who may you be?
Call me Green.
I'm Lucius.
Nice to meet you, Lucius. I'm Adachi. Or Adachi.
I gotta remember how to spell that.
ADACH dash SHI.
Okay. Pleased to meet you. This is also not somewhere I expected to find other Dura.
Well, as I'm sure you noticed before you came down, we came in the Bisru. I am its captain. I am the local representative of the Lagos Corporation. We do honest business here.
Yeah. We just did not expect there to be that much business when we arrived.
She laughs at that. Well, you know, it is better to salvage old weapons than use valuable resources, otherwise needed by the rebuilding effort, of course, than to construct new ones.
I don't like her.
And Green, I will let you know if your bullshit detector goes off.
Okay.
So far, it has not.
I might set it off a little. Trying to remember what we know about her. Oh, right. She got into, there was a physical altercation.
Do you want to bring that
with,
up? With Kendra.
Yeah. Let me see what.
I think if we bring it up indirectly. Like,
Yeah.
just asking if they had anything like regarding, I guess, interactions with with the science officers.
The survey team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you want to bring it up? What do you want to say?
I guess you could bring up Zach first.
How would you want to bring up Zach?
Yeah, I don't know how Zach comes into it.
Did they know any of them? Like, I guess Zach or any of the others?
Think.
Bleedus is trying to be helpful.
Oh, how is he trying to be helpful now? Oh, no.
Oh man. It's the Dura with the weird hands, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
a Dura with the weird hands.
Their hands are so weird looking. They have like a weird pronged fork for a thumb.
But I don't think that that's the way to endear oneself to the arms dealer that we're trying to
I don't either.
butter up.
Big hands.
Also, I'm also a Dura, so like.
You could always say, "Big hands, I know you're the one."
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Apparently, that's based off of a real interaction that the lead singer of the Violent Femmes had. He finally got the courage up to ask the hot girl out, and as soon as he went up to her and went to talk, she apparently just looked at him, said, "Look how small his hands are," laughed, and walked away.
That's so mean.
I'd be offended.
I would just stand there in stunned shock.
I'd be hurt.
So that's why the line is big hands, I know you're the one. Because
Fucking
apparently
wild.
girls like to date guys with big hands.
I wouldn't know, man. I don't think there's a girl in this chat.
No. I don't think that's something that I've ever heard from anyone.
Well, I mean, when you go to ask the hot girl out and she says, look how small his hands are, laughs and walks away,
No, that's
what other
Yeah.
conclusion do you
No,
come to?
it's a valid, like, logical progression.
Good sucking thumbs right
I
there.
hate him.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
I'm
Incredible.
divorcing this idiot.
Um,
Immediately.
If you were going to, it wouldn't be over this. It would have been over a million things before this.
I know, but like, this is just the tip of the fucking iceberg with this man.
So, Lucius,
I will say, I will ask. So we're trying to figure out what happened with the EV base. I know you've had some issues with them in the past. Not that we think that you had anything to do with this, but had anything come up in the last week-ish?
I'm not sure I like your tone.
No, like, whatever happened to them happened within their group, but I didn't know if they had also gotten more antagonistic with. I know there had been issues in the past. I didn't know if they had been more of a problem lately.
So you're talking about Kendra.
Yeah.
Yes, there was an unfortunate incident involving Kendra. It was a simple ballroom debate over applicable safety standards that regrettably escalated, as barroom debates are wont to do. Mitchie apologized for taking a swing at me, and I consider the matter closed. Even though her gesture of submission was clearly squeezed out of her by her superior officer.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I this is not in any way accusatory. We're just trying to gather information on what their behavior was like, because obviously something went very wrong with them.
If you know about this barroom debate, then I'm sure you know that the only one who came here was that McClung guy. And I am sure you also know that he was banned from coming to town. That is it.
Well, thank you. That at least confirms that their records should be accurate.
I mean, that shouldn't have been in question.
Mostly I was wondering if there was anything that happened closer to the incident that didn't get recorded.
Yeah. I mean,
But
you did hear that from Tom that Zach did come by 3 days ago.
Yeah.
and get those coordinates.
But we did know he was supposed to be banned from coming to town.
Mhm.
Yes.
Do either of you have downside?
I think I do.
I don't think I do.
I've got 2.
Yeah, no.
I mean, do you want to use downside to try and make her think you guys are on the take?
Yeah,
Okay.
spend 1.
Not a spend.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So, you guys are flexible. Not quite as cross all your T's, dot all your I's as the Combine likes to pretend it is. She locks eyes with Lucius. Maybe give you an excuse to use your abilities that maybe not quite so legal.
Always a bonus.
Well, I do have an offer. Hire you. Transport a small item over to Red Dirt. You guys know that Red Dirt is a nearby planet. It's worth cash if you transport it. No questions asked. Edith isn't there right now.
That's why I
Nope.
meant Herm. Because I'm not here.
But
I
I
think-
want to ask questions.
Dummy business.
Is that Bob Ross?
Yes.
I think we take it.
Yeah,
I'm
there's no
trusting
way
your
it can backfire.
I'm gonna trust your judgment, Lucius.
Where's the pickup and drop off?
Where's your shuttle?
Parked next to the F base. We have a truck here though.
And it's true they're all dead.
Yeah. Very dead.
I'll send someone by in the night after this coming. Round dusk. We'll
Okay.
work out the details then.
Have a good evening.
Hmm.
will head back over to the other two.
Do you tell them?
I mean, yes.
What does Vidic think?
Vedic is well, so like Lucius will say that this is a good way to get their trust. That's probably like they're not going to trust us with something super important because we're an unknown.
So I'll jump in as Vedic for a second
Mm-hmm.
and say, yeah, I'm sure that they won't keep records of this for the future. For breaking the law.
Well, we do still have a day and some change to come up with figuring out what else is going on and get around this.
Well, hopefully it's worth some big cred. What does Edith think about it?
Edith, where are you at?
Edith is not happy about this. Edith is like, this seems bad. This seems like bad for people. This seems bad for us. This seems bad for my job. I need my job. I have to feed myself. Do you know how difficult that is? You have to eat food every day. It's so trialing.
Is Vedic the type of person to talk about the master practitioners of the 3-step way and how they don't have to eat and they're functionally immortal?
No.
Okay.
That would make Edith so mad if he had, though. That would make Edith so mad.
Okay. So, as you guys are kind of wrapping up at the bar, you hear a loud engine, and it's making a pretty constant noise. And you hear a crash and some screams. What do you guys do?
Investigate?
Yeah, there's no question about that.
Okay, so you guys like run out onto the patio.
Yes.
Yeah, what
Yeah, like I assume everyone else is also.
big what the hell is this?
So, there's a gigantic truck that is barreling down the street at you guys. As you guys watch, the person in the driver's seat pops out through the sunroof, firing at least in your general direction with his disruption rifle. It is clear that he's using his foot to move the steering wheel. There is a woman who is hanging out of the passenger door, also firing her rifle. And there is a third guy who is hanging from the truck's front grille. He's clearly about to lose his grip, to be horribly crushed under the truck's thundering tires. The truck is on a collision course with the bar.
Fuck. How do we
Um,
stop this?
I think Lucius is gonna try to get people out of the way. Like, if there is there like an exit where they can get out like the other side of the bar?
I mean, they can. So the truck's coming directly at you guys. They can kind of run off
Yeah.
to the side, but I mean, you guys have like 15 seconds.
So yelling, "Everybody move!"
And diving out of the way.
Yep.
I'll still destroy the bar.
How do we stop a thundering
Yeah,
truck in 15 seconds without destroying the bar, Father?
Well, I'm glad you asked because Vedic has a couple of ideas.
What
You
are Vedic's
can,
ideas?
you can shoot the engine block. You can shoot the front axle.
Let's shoot the front axle.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Try not to hit the guy.
That's what Vedic is here for.
Shoot him.
That is going to be a
Shooting?
yes. It is going to be a shooting check. It is so. Here's the thing. Shooting the the engine block is fairly easy. The front axle it's hard.
But it's gonna be more effective, right?
So shooting the engine is going to stop the engine, but you still got a truck barreling down.
Yeah.
You now just have an unpowered truck barreling down. Shooting the axle, you can probably break the front axle. And then that truck, it doesn't matter if it's powered or not, it's gonna stop.
Then let's do that.
Okay, how many points do you want to spend?
I am gonna spend 4.
Okay.
Come on, dice. Motherfucker, it's a 1. So that's 5. I don't know if there's critical fails.
There's not. You hit the bumper.
Shit. Do I have time to shoot again?
Vedic does not.
Okay. Should have put more points in.
Does anyone else want to try shooting? Well, here's the thing. Lucius also can't. Because
Why?
Lucius doesn't have a gun right now.
Shit.
I will give it a go.
Okay,
I'm
how
gonna
much?
put 2 of my points in out of the 3 that I have, and I'm rolling. I got a 6.
Okay.
Oh,
Greenhorn, you are able to break the front axle, and as it falls down, scores deep into the ground. And you hear one of the patrons yell, "Trav!" as the guy falls from the front grill, and he just books it. The woman and the man continue shooting. It looks like the man's shoe is taped to the steering wheel. And also, now that it's not a truck barreling down, yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy you've been looking for.
The guy with his foot taped to the steering wheel?
Yeah.
Amazing.
And that's where we're
This
going
is
to
the
end it
most
for this
important
week.
man in town.
Most
Goodness.
respected man in town.
Most respected man in town, even.
We are going to do the second half next week. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful time. And no,
We love you,
Seb,
folks.
the truck does not flip.
It doesn't flip. Shucks. Thanks everybody for showing up and having a
Yeah.
good time with us today. We love each and every one of you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
y'all.
Come back next week to keep tormenting Spook.
Please come back next week to cause me problems.
Apparently, that's what we do.
Okay. Are we, speaking of sessions, are we meeting this Saturday?
Yes. We're not going to be streaming it, but we are meeting it.
Okay. I probably will be home by that point. What time are we streaming my time?